Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. So, today we've got some stuff that we gotta take care of here, specifically the final part of that raid series that we started last time. And in addition to that, we also have some other new content we gotta check out. I mentioned previously that I want to go through the tank role quest, but we've also got a new feature called Cosmic Exploration that we need to check out as well here today. So that is basically what we've got on tap for today. So we're going to go ahead and get going here, starting with the raid. We're going to go ahead and queue into that. Hopefully the wait won't be that long for this here. It's called people call it M8, but really it's AAC Cruiserweight M4. M8 is just kind of a holdover language that's used for those that have been raiding a really long time in this game. It kind of goes back to how the Binding Coils of Bahamut used to be called turns back in the day, and the end of the series was called Turn 13. So yeah, it's a holdover from those days. Nobody uses the official name effectively. All right, so M4 is ready to go for us here. Let's go ahead and hop on in there. And here we go. Alrighty, here we go.
Let's begin, shall we?
Can the challenger defeat the wolf in his own lair?
Now, I hope we're not going to have the same problem as last time.
Cleave! I wonder if you can keep up.
Where our team was,
As if there's a pack of him.
unfortunately having DPS issues. But I guess we'll find out about that soon enough. So far, this team is looking fairly competent here.
Well done.
Yeah, he likes to do those dodges, doesn't he?
I do like toying with my prey.
I'm a little bit late on this one.
Can you
Whoa.
fend off a pack of wolves?
Okay, my keyboard, why? Alright, I gotta stand behind here. I have got to figure out how to disable the numlock button. That is what causes that to happen to me. Where I just... where it just zooms in when I think I'm hitting buttons.
The earth is mine to command.
In fact, I'm still not certain if I'm set up right here. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Hate to use, arm's length like that, but I didn't have much of a choice here.
Not bad, not bad. But we've scarcely begun.
Alright, we're going into the DPS phase. Hopefully this group won't need to use an LB here. yeah, much better than last time. As you know, I had to gear check somebody at the end last time. They were already saying that they were gonna leave the raid anyway, just as I was starting to leave as well. So we were gonna get kicked out of that anyway.
Still you stabbed. How delightful.
Plus the timer was also running out on that.
Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways.
Alright, here comes the stone pillars.
Where did that colossal thing come from? He's put the Colossus to the sword.
I've always found these a little annoying, since sometimes you just can't tell what angle they're coming down at. I mean, you can get a general idea, but there's like no real assurance that you got it right or not until it's too late.
Must have heard, but they're not out of the fight yet.
You're mine! A pack of wolves!
Alright, behind, and then we get behind again. Stack. I'll throw I put my reprisal up to help reduce that. Now we're not quite at the point of repeating just yet here, but at least I don't think so. But we should be getting there fairly soon.
Try this!
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger. They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Throw up my shake it off to try to help with this here. It's not as effective as reprisal against multi-hitting stacks. But it still does something, at least. Basically giving the team a shield. Alright, he's headed this way. He might be repeating at this point. This way. I like to at least stand in the middle of one of the sets. I can have some idea of where I need to be. Alright, we should be okay here. I'm gonna hit the other healer, just to make sure they don't go down. Maybe on this side, I think? Nope, we're good. I gotta chase him down.
You're mine! Pack of wolves!
Alright, get behind again! Yep, that's exactly what it was last time. Down they go, cruising at the Apex 1 for 5 achievement points. They are done. One and done today. That's how I like it. Hey, Janice, going great. Can't complain whatsoever here, aside from that intro, which, if you're watching this after about a day or so, you might not even see that intro, thanks to the beauty of YouTube editing. Alright, AAC Cruiserweight tier complete.
It's all over. Until next time.
Let's see. What do I want to go for? I'd say let me try for the chest piece. Nice. Got it. Let's see. Okay, let's talk to Yana. And then I guess I'm gonna lose access to this room again until patch 7.4. Oh well. You did it! You really did it! You're amazing, you know that? You were simply too strong for me. I gave my word, and I intend to keep it. I will retire from fighting. With this, I've escaped imminent death, but I've also lost my purpose in life. Come join us on the outside, you'll love it. Go exploring, adventuring, all that sort of stuff. Tell me, what am I to do with myself now? I truly do not know. I just told you, go exploring and adventuring. I wish that was an option that I could ask him to do. But yeah, they're gonna force us into the rest of the story here, I guess. There are battles you can still fight. Help us oppose the president. The president has sacrificed the lives of countless fighters for the sake of entertainment, and as good as killed my friend. He should be stopped, I know. But as I said before, we owe everything to him. That's why we continued to fight, willingly, even if it meant dying from our illness. You fool! You can't tell me that the brute bomber went willingly to his death, and there are people who care for you even if you don't seem to care for yourself. All this time, Eutrope's been fighting alone to try and save you. What? She vanished without a word soon after we developed symptoms of psychosis. I searched and I searched, but I could find no trace of her. I was more shocked than anyone when she suddenly showed up and challenged Prince. Seeing how strong she was, I assumed that her symptoms had abated, and she decided to resume fighting. Let me make it crystal clear. You've been using your debt to the president as an excuse not to face the bitter truth, and in doing so, you've lost sight of those dearest to you. It was in order to save you that Eutrope went after Prince for his soul. She thought it was the only way she could be with you, who could see no life outside the Arcadian. I have no words. You're right about everything. The choices I've made have been out of fear that I would no longer be the Howling Blade. That's why I did not stop my friend, even though I knew he was going to his death. Forgive me, Hector. I should have tried to save you, like they did. Thank you for bringing me to my senses. The President has done enough harm. I will help you to stop him. It's heartening to count the Howling Blade himself as our ally. The Howling Blade is no more. From now on, it's simply Retsara. Let's continue talking at my gym. Eutrope and Nayuni are there, and they'd be happy to see you. Understood. There's one matter I need to tend to, so I'll meet you there shortly. So good to see that we've got them on our side now. The question is, how is that going to help us in the future here? And are there any surprises waiting for us while we wait for him to arrive? I gotta say, it was a pretty fun tier overall. Especially that first fight, the one with Dancing Green. That was an absolutely incredible fight. That basically it was basically disco fighting there. All right, let's speak to Yana. Ah, he did bring a surprise, a very pleasant surprise. Pets are forbidden where I live, so I was hoping that you could look after these little ones. Okay, before we do anything else, I gotta ask, how old are they? Are any of them approaching 100? Because the last thing I need is an auspice to appear right now. You know, he says little ones, so they're probably pretty young. We'd be glad to. Nayuni has been wanting to adopt a cat for a while now. Adopt a cat. She must be upstairs with Eutrope. I'll go and see how they are. May I come too? Of course. You and Eutrope have a lot of catching up to do, I expect. Something happened to Eutrope? We have a situation. Nayuni and Eutrope are gone. Nayuni wouldn't take Eutrope outside in her current state, and her terminal was left on the bed. Something's happened to them. Did somebody break in then? That might be a good assumption, actually. Prince, the unenhanced warrior, for your contributions to the excitement provided by Ascension Arcadia. You have my utmost esteem. This must be the president, then. That voice. It's the president. However, I cannot suffer anyone to rewrite my script. And so, as a safeguard against further deviations, I have taken Eutrope and Yauni into my care. After some coaxing, Metem divulged to me that you wish to cure psychonecrosis. And it just so happens I know where you can find the stimulant you seek. The drop of life, it is called. What do you want from us? Two simple things. Prince must continue fighting at the Arcadian, and you must never again meddle with my script. Nothing needs to change otherwise. If you become Grand Champion, Prince, our soul repository will be at your disposal, and I will even disclose the location of the drop of life. That is all. I look forward to seeing your exploits at the pinnacle of the Ascension Arcadia Championship, the heavyweight division. Seems fair to me. We come out on top, we get the drop of life, cure everyone, and frankly, there's no reason for the Ascension Arcadia to shut down then, if that can be cured. In fact, it becomes a power that could even become useful to the Warrior of Life. Or Warrior of Light, rather. So the President was a step ahead of us. One wrong move, and Eutrope and Yauni will come to harm. Seems we have no choice but to place our hopes in Prince. I won't let you down. Thank you. As your second, I'll continue doing my best to support you. As will I. I won't turn a blind eye to the President's depraved actions any longer. Never again will I let anyone be taken away from me. Alright, Retsara? To think the President would stoop so low as to abduct Eutrope, convalescing as she is, and Yauni, a helpless child. We must do all in our power to get them back. And when we have, we must stop him once and for all. Deep down, I know that's what Hector would have wanted. Alright, outside then. I'm sorry. I'll be fine. As long as we do what the President says, no harm should come to my sisters. Now, ahead of your campaign to become Grand Champion, I want you to prepare as best you can in your own way. Whether you train to hone your skills or rest to recover your strength, see to it you're ready for your next fight. I'm truly sorry to place so much on your shoulders, but you're the only one we can depend on. Please come and find me when it's time for heavyweight matches to begin. Let's go with tenacity. Alright, so that is the raid tier for this patch. Let us now make our way over to Tuliolal, where we're going to pick up on another of those role quests. Specifically, we're going to be taking a look at the tanking role quest today. quick little sprint over here should get us right to where we need to go. Alright, so the narwhal beckons. The young woman gazes into the horizon with a troubled expression. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be the traveler from across the seas. Then I suppose XIV has enlisted you to our aid. That you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We are ever grateful for its vigilance. My name is Lozenique, and I hail from the northern reaches of Shaktaral, where even our breath freezes when caught in the chilling winds. Our people revere a Tral Vidral of the narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Through fathomless depths, it swam without rest, protecting its home from any who would do it harm. Legends tell that the narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus was able to maintain its vigil night and day. So too can any who possess the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. The sentence was a little confusing there. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Tentua, tasked with crossing the ocean and returning that which is most sacred to us. I'd have joined him, but I feared I would only be a burden, so I remained here, that I might find someone to send his aid. Tentua has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch him worry. But if there's anything I can do to help him, even a little, then I must. XIV has done well to send you to me. I can tell you are just the man to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. As luck would have it, a letter from Tentua arrived shortly before you did. It seems he discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. Hey, I'm pretty sure you're a bot, but I thank you for helping to support the channel by getting the algorithm to notice it. Well, I don't doubt his prowess. Even Tentua would be rendered helpless before the narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? Ishgard is like a second home to me. Thank you, Prince. I knew the narwhal would guide a brave protector to our side. Tentua sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he'd doubtless spend time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. If Ishgard has a place like this one, where people gather to drink and talk, he might go there first. Ask for a swordsman with blue hair and attire like mine. And I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Sounds like we need to head to the Forgotten Night. Oh wait, I went to Idleshire. No, I need to go to Foundation. Actually, you know what? While we're here, because I do have other things I need to take care of every now and then. might as well just take a quick little run over here. I need to hand in my Wondrous Tales for this week. If you didn't know, Wondrous Tales is a fun little thing that helps you to level up, as well as providing you some unique rewards. If you're in the process of basically, anytime you do this, you can, as long as you complete it, you get a selection of stuff that you can get. And then, if you happen to get any lines, you're able to also get some additional rewards on top of that. For me, generally, I look to getting tombstones for the first 9 seals, and then for any lines, I'll go with the Chloe certificates, because those are useful when it's time for a new expansion to come out, since you're able to basically get materia for new gear way quicker than any other way, effectively. Yeah, I'm gonna lose out on experience points, but keep in mind, I've already got all my classes maxed, so that's not a problem for me. Alright, so that takes care of that, and before I cap my, my poetics there, let me also pick up some shells. Which, for that, I need to go to Special Arms, and then Unidentified Shell. We'll go ahead and grab 10 of them. That'll be 1,500 Allegan Tombstones. And then I come over here, Uncanny Knickknacks. We'll grab the Grade 3 Shroud Topsoil. And... there we go, that's all traded in. You know, come to think of it, I don't think I've shown any of you my new home yet, because I actually finally got an upgrade to my home. What do you know, it's back in Shirogane. Let's just, if you don't mind, let's just take a quick little detour over there, so I can kind of show this off to you here. Used to have a small home in Ishgard, now I've got a medium-sized plot. So, yeah, this is fun to finally have something bigger. When I got my first house back when Shirogane first released, yeah, this is basically my home now. I kind of have a little bit of a I kind of stick out like a sore thumb here, don't I? Given that everything around here seems to have the Eastern theme behind it, and here I am with a Chocobo house. But let's head on inside real quick. I still have some work I need to do inside here, and frankly, with the announcement that they're going to be able to that you're going to be able to change the size of the inside of this at some point to either a smaller or a larger interior, then it's partly why I haven't quite finished this just yet. But here's the basement where I've got my room and my bed and all that sort of stuff. And then we come up here. We got a nice living room over here, as well as a nice little kitchen area over here. I would probably look to get a long table at some point in here, but not like the long table I've got up here, which is a round table, rather. So, that's just a quick little look at the interior decorating I've done in my own little house. And like I said, we're going to be getting something in the somewhat near future where we're effectively able to change the interior, regardless of the plot size that we have, so there really isn't much point in me doing much more work on that until I can get that up to a large size. Okay, that's a little deviation over. Let's head over to Foundation now, finally. Sorry for the deviation there. I just wanted to get that off, because, what can I say? I don't think you've seen that yet. In fact, I don't think I ever showed you the interior of my small house either. Alright, so we're gonna head for the Forgotten Night, and what do you know, that is exactly where we needed to go. If it isn't Prince, what'll it be? Looking for someone with blue hair. A lad from the Western Continent? Well, I can't be going around gossiping about the comings and goings of my customers now, can I? That's a quick way to an empty tavern. But I suppose, since you're you, I can make an exception just this once. A lad much like the one you described walked through my door not long ago. Was asking anyone whose ear he could bend about some stolen narwhal or some such he was after. Usually you buy someone a drink before interrogating them, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined, asked where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. So I told him to head to the Jeweled Crozier. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You'll know him when you see him, trust me. Alright, so that takes us into the pillars then. Let's hit up the Aethernet and get over there. That looks like that might be them. Bunch of useless by the narwhal's horn. You'd think manners keep people warm for how desperately these people cling to them. And here I'm trying to rid their city of a thief. Yes, it seems you know me, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. I was sent here. Loa Zenikwe sent you? Even across oceans, she can sense when I'm in trouble. Well, I won't deny a helping hand, especially one with her blessing. I'm having no luck getting information from these people. Seems there are unwritten rules regarding favors that no one's bothered to tell me. Don't you worry, I gotcha. I know the thief traveled here, but that's where the trail runs cold. I thought it'd only be a matter of time until they used the cradle to commit some misdeed or another, but it seems nothing is amiss within or without Ishgard's walls. I have only a description to go on, although it availed me nothing so far. A woman of a race known in this land as Elizin. She has striking red hair and eyes the color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead, and a mole rests upon her lips. She came to my village posing as a scholar with an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie, just like everything else that spewed from her mouth. The bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruits she offered was worth its weight in gold to us. After the cold snap we suffered last year, we couldn't afford to turn her away. But looking back, I realized how brazen her deception was. Although she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the poise of a predator. I marked her as a fearsome warrior the moment I laid eyes upon her. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel so far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. It was my first misstep of many. That's all I know. It's not much, but if you see even the smallest scrap of a clue in there, it'd be a damn sight better than what I currently have. A skilled sword would be known among the knights of the congregation. Knights, was it? I suppose that's what you call these deadly-looking fellows clad in steel. Yes, you may be onto something there, but where would we find one willing to speak? I know just the guy. At their barracks, near the tavern? I know the way. I'll meet you there. Alright, back to the Forgotten Knight. And here we are. Why, Master Brightstar, what brings you to the congregation? This passage of the Unbound is not a name I have heard before, but if one of their numbers has brought an artifact of great power to Ishgard, we would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. We shall act on this information at once. If there is aught that would threaten the peace, then it is our duty to root it out. Consider the Knights of the Congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out, truly. Now, does anything about the description we shared ring a bell? An Elysian woman with red hair and eyes the color of rust. Wait, you said she bore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole? No, it could not be. You know who she is? Well, such information is usually privy only to those within our order. Pray understand my hesitation. What? Weren't you listening to anything we told you? She's too dangerous to be left alone. This isn't the time for secrecy. I know I'm a stranger in your city, but I can't stand by while innocent lives might be at risk. If you can't trust Tentoa, then trust me. And if that doesn't work, I will go straight to Emmerich. You are right, of course. If the hero who ended the Dragonsong War is not worthy of our trust, then who is? Very well. Master Tentoa, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be Ishgardian, your desire to keep its people safe is plain to see. We shall place our trust in you, as Master Brightstar has. I'm glad we can see eye to eye. Now then, who do you know of, or rather, what do you know of this thief? Your description called back some old memories. Memories of a knight named Leofine. Merely recalling her story makes me ill at ease, for the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts since she was expelled from the congregation. I had thought living with the shame of her deeds would be punishment enough, but if she now consorts with villains that threaten the very foundation of order, then 'tis clear we can suffer her freedom no longer. I shall inform my superiors of this development, and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track down Leofine and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? That's more than we could have asked. I suppose we ought to consider what to do in the meantime. Here to join me over there, Prince? It's nice being able to throw our weight around in terms of being able to rely on our past deeds to get stuff done. So, we have a name, Leofine, a former knight of Ishgard. That means she knows how to hide herself in this city well. Grasping about at straws won't get us anywhere. My own unfamiliarity does little to help our chances. We may have no choice but to wait until the knights discover a lead. Nevertheless, I intend to spend every waking moment learning more about this city and its workings. As for you, I only ask that you be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. Alright, next one. There you are, Prince. I've been walking Ishgard streets whenever I've been able, and I've taken to searching for any sleeping people. You see, the land I'm from isn't much warmer than this, and people know not to tempt fate by dozing off in the open air. Even those blind with drink manage to find their way home somehow. I figured the only force powerful enough to overcome that instinct for self-preservation would be the cradle. So, if we find a sleeper exposed to the elements, we may very well discover Leofine nearby. I can't imagine she brought it all the way just to remain idle. It's a tedious prospect, but we need to scour every back alley and shadowed walkway before anyone catches something much worse than a cold. Master Brightstar, Master Tentowa, I bring good tidings. The Temple Knights wasted no time in distributing handbills across Ishgard containing Leofine's description. Those efforts have already borne fruit, but we recently received a report of someone matching her features being sighted. Really? Where? She was sighted near Camp Dragonhead by a patrolling sentry. He described a woman with red hair and a distinct scar on her forehead. The outpost can be reached by passing through the Gates of Judgment and heading east. Once there, speak with Sir Eugenox for the full report. I knew she'd show herself. Let's hurry, Prince. Camp Dragonhead is just a teleport away. Okay. I was informed you were on your way. This is concerning the report by one of our sentries, yes? He cited a woman matching the description in the handbill sent by the congregation. She was heading south along the footpath, but that is all we know. Yes, this is Eugenox. What? Hold fast. I shall send aid at once. What happened? A shipment of supplies was waylaid by monstrous beasts. A contingent of Temple Knights should be protecting it, but something is amiss. We need our help. We would be in your debt. The shipment was attacked on the road west of the observatorium. I shall muster more knights. Please go find my men before any lives are lost. Alright, so we need to make our way south. All the way to the first dicasterial observatorium of ethereal and astrological phenomena. They should be close, right? I'll search the other side of the river. Prince, you search further down the road and keep your weapon at ready. To the south we go. Alright, we got some silver wolves attacking. Saved us. We were almost... You won't be feasting today. Not a moment too soon. I hadn't realized that he was a paladin, or at least a gladiator. The wide-eyed watch is eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. We were too late. No, they're not. Just look. They're asleep is all. Asleep? Good, good. Our trusty chocobos suddenly became unsure on their feet, and the wagon toppled onto the side of the road. There was nothing for it but to fix the damage on the spot. The Temple Knights went to secure the area, but before I knew it, each and every one of them had fallen asleep where they were standing. Then the beasts attacked. It was just me before those snarling fangs. That sounds like that narwhal thing. Time to wake up. Sleep here any longer and the cold will have you. What happened? We fell asleep. But we were patrolling. You must be mistaken. A Temple Knight would never shirk his duty so. Are you calling me a liar? I saw you fall over on your arse with my own eyes. If not for Sir Eugenic's quick response and the bravery of these warriors, we all would be food for the vultures by now. The congregation will hear of this dereliction of duty, you can be sure. Now, hold on a moment. They aren't the ones to blame. A sacred relic of my people was stolen, and... now isn't the time. Sorry, forget I said anything. Whatever dizziness overtook the chocobos seems to have passed, so I'll resume my journey once the carriage is repaired. Assuming my guards are quite refreshed, I believe we can make it on our own. Please, return to Camp Dragonhead and warm yourselves. It's no coincidence that the giant birds and the two guards took leave of their senses around the same time. This is the work of the Cradle. But even if Leofine was here, she is no longer. Let us return to the city and consider our next steps. Alright, we are headed back to Ishgard, actually, so Foundation. Get the feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of people falling asleep during this whole sequence. We have received the report of the incident near Camp Dragonhead. 2 of our own sleeping on duty. By the Fury. Had you reached them even a moment later, this day would have been much darker. Although it pains me to say it, those 2 shall be punished, as befits the magnitude of their negligence. If I may, I don't believe the blame rests entirely on their shoulders. The Cradle of the Sleepless was used against them, I'm certain. Yes. You said it possessed the power to lull others into a deep sleep. I admit that would explain these exceptional circumstances. Regardless, they were still bested by their enemy, and their charge was almost killed as a result. punishment is the only recourse. I see. A harsh stance, maybe, but I can respect that you don't treat your duty lightly. Well, if you learn anything else of Leofine's plots, please let us know at once. Even though we didn't find her, I'm glad we were able to save those soldiers. Thank you for coming to us. Nay, 'tis the Temple Knights who owe you thanks. We shall continue our search, and rest assured, you shall be the first to know of any developments. Prince, there's more I would tell you about the cradle. Things I should have told you sooner. Join me over there, and I'll do my best to fix that mistake. Now you've seen with your own eyes what I've only been able to describe. The Narwhal's lullaby can put even hardened warriors into a restful slumber. They may as well be defenseless as a newborn babe, but even with such power, my people have never used it to attack our enemies. Its sole purpose has always been to keep a single person awake, an eternal guardian who would never sleep, never rest, the wide eye, me. For 10 years, I've been awake, training night and day to gain the strength I have now. The strength to shield my people. My goodness, what about REM sleep for you? Of course, another must receive the weariness I cast aside, the shut eye. You've met her, in fact, Lozenique. As I've been awake these 10 years, she spent the better part of her days in a deep slumber. Her brief periods of wakefulness are spent exercising and eating so her body doesn't waste away. And so we've barely spoken, despite how much I depend on her. When we were young, we'd spend our days exploring the mountain paths, but that time is long past. Telling you all this now, I realize how very little of my life has been dedicated to my own pursuits. Lozenique and I both have devoted ourselves entirely to the protection of our village. How did Leofine steal the artifact from such an accomplished warrior? Well, about that. No, I've no excuse. It was my fault it was stolen, and I'll bear that burden. A protector must take responsibility for his charges. But we don't have the luxury to dwell on regrets. I see now that although my people never used the cradle for ill, wicked hearts can twist anything toward evil. And that's something I can't tolerate. The very thought that this might happen again makes the bile churn in my gullet. We must bring Leofine's schemes to an end. You kind of dodged the question there. What happened? Ah, just the person I wanted to see. I'd like to ask your advice on a certain matter, if you don't mind. It's been a while since my last letter to Lozenique. I wanted to wait until I discovered something worth sharing to write her, but we're still completely in the dark. I don't want her to worry, but I don't know what to tell her. Tell her you're in good spirits. That will suffice. You might be right. Silence might make her think that something terrible has happened. Alright, I'll start right away. I may not have much time left. Plus, you gotta factor in the time to get the message across the ocean there. Oh, don't misunderstand. It's nothing so grave as that. It's just, the last time I used the cradle was just before it was stolen. Luckily, I'm still as alert as I've ever been, but it won't be long until I must dream like any other. That will give Leofine free rein while I'm helpless in bed. There is no quarry more dangerous than one who doesn't sleep. We have to see this through before that happens. Something tells me they might fall asleep during our battle with them then. If and when that happens. Master Brightstar, Master Tentua, we have received reports that several groups of Temple Knights have fallen afoul of what can only be your stolen artifact. Several? Let me guess, they were all guarding someone else? You would be correct. It is the duty of a knight to protect those who cannot protect themselves. We fail at even the most basic, at that most basic function, then our honor means nothing. As if the incident near Camp Dragonhead was not shameful enough, the knights in these most recent attacks were left in quite compromising positions. Yet the weight of embarrassment is a trifle compared to the guilt we would bear if any innocent came to harm. The Fury was merciful in that respect, but we would rather not see these incidents repeat. Still, while the Temple Knights must work to repair their reputation in the days ahead, 'tis a far cry from bringing Ishgard crumbling to its knees. Truth be told, the methods of this passage of the Unbound leaves me mystified. But Leofine was cunning, if nothing else. Till we can discern her true motivations, we have little recourse but to wait until she makes a mistake. She may be testing the limit of the artifact's powers. Then you suggest she has a greater purpose in mind for it, and these incidents are simply a prelude. We cannot discount that theory, I admit. We shall remain vigilant. There's no telling how much chaos she can sow if left unchecked. We have to do everything we can to get the cradle out of her clutches. And to do that, we have to start asking the right questions. This new information makes me wonder, why has she focused her attention on the Temple Knights? I have pondered the same. Posted at Camp Dragonhead are knights from many houses of repute, including House Fortomp. Being a former Temple Knight herself, Leofine doubtless knows their habits and training. Perhaps that makes it easier for her to exploit their weakness. Could also simply be revenge. Then if we follow the knights, we may pick up her trail. It's not ideal, but it's the best we have to go on. Well, a large contingent of knights has but recently been dispatched to Korthus. You remember Gorgagan Mills, yes? It has lain abandoned ever since the heretics were driven from it. Yet there is ever the risk that unsavory elements might infest it once again. Thus, have the Temple Knights plan joint patrols of its premises with other contingents. If you speak with Sir Redwald at Falcon's Nest, I'm certain he would be glad to have you along. Alright, we head for Falcon's Nest then. Is that Master Brightstar I see? Of course, you are ever welcome in Falcon's Nest. Yet I believe I do not know your companion here. Indeed, whispers of the Temple Knight's humiliations have reached even us here. Falling asleep while on duty, I dared not believe the stories, but it seems there was truth in them after all. They fell asleep, true, but it wasn't their fault. We suspect they fell victim to an enemy wielding a powerful artifact. Now, the rumors failed to mention anything like that. If it can lull even trained warriors to sleep, then we must treat it as a serious threat. Nonetheless, if one knight falls, another is always at the ready to take their place. So long as this artifact cannot put an entire regiment under its spell, I believe we are well positioned to combat it. Interesting. The idea of your allies falling in battle doesn't seem to disturb you at all. Where I hail from, a single warrior is responsible for the safety of his entire village. Make no mistake, we do not doubt our allies' mettle, and we mourn every loss. Yet each man and woman here knows that if they must quit the battle, another sword just as fierce will take their place. To know that an ally is at your back, it would allow you to fight with abandon. Now, you believe this Leofine might take interest in our activities at Gorgonet Mills, yes? A party has already left, accompanied by a group of Temple Knights. If your suspicions are correct, then they are at risk. I would ask that you follow in their tracks and ensure they have not fallen victim to foul play. The mills can be found to the north, just across the Black Iron Bridge. The party should be arriving there soon, conditions permitting. We have to reach them before Leofine does. Alright, we head north. And I think this is going to be a bit of a flight, because the bridge is all the way over there. But for us, we're going all the way up there, which is twice as far away, basically. So many adventures have taken place here, and I've still come here with some regularity. Most recently, I was working on treasure maps, as well as I still have a bunch of stuff I need to do for the Bajda content, particularly for getting all of my relics together. I've got a whole bunch of materials that I need to hand in, but I still have a whole lot more to go. At some point, I'm going to do a little, maybe 1 or 2 streams specifically on Bajda and maybe even Baldessian Arsenal, which is in Eureka. Anyway, we're too late. They're fast asleep. But Redwald gave the impression they were more... These knights must have been the lookouts. We should awaken them, but keep your eyes peeled for Leofine. I'll rouse these ones. Prince, you search that building yonder. Inside we go, then. Who the hells are you? How'd you get past the guards? It's you! Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. Those thugs struck when our backs were turned. I assumed the Temple Knights were protecting the entrance, so I wasn't as cautious as I should have been. Were they killed? They're asleep. Sleeping? I've heard the stories, of course, but I didn't think they were true. Whomever is behind this, I'm sure they didn't count on you showing up. For now, we shall tend to our wounds and then finish our inspection here. Master Brightstar, I ask that you join the knights outside and wait until we're finished. There they are. Ah, as I thought. Just when I was becoming bored, I sighted a familiar face among these slumbering knights. I simply had to come and make sure it was you. You finally found the courage to show yourself. Hand over the cradle now, and I won't kill you. What did they call you again? The Wide Eye? You must have had quite the journey to come this far. Be careful, Prince. This is our quarry, the thief who stole the cradle of the sleepless. This is Leofine. That is your ally? Where their nimble hands, they may seek your artifact for themselves. It matters not, I suppose. Before you both throw your lives away, I suggest you think for a moment. Is the cause you fight for worth the sacrifice? So few of us know true freedom. If there is aught you would grasp with your own hands, do so before they wither and your eyes shut for the last time. The codes and rules that would bind men are mere illusions. Open your eyes, truly open them, and you shall see a path all your own. Only a fool would waste their life in the struggle of another. Quit spouting nonsense. Nonsense? Perhaps. I am here because of another, after all. Apiahi, who came to meet me at the height of my debauchery and welcomed me into her devious brotherhood. She guided me to great power, yes, and now I lead others upon the unbound path. Yet truth be told, I have little interest in seeing where it ends. To tear down the world's nations, Ishgard among them, and usher the world into, well, what does it matter? Yet I do derive great pleasure in shaming the Temple Knights, in seeing the snickers and jeers deflate their pompous stride as they walk down these streets. If this artifact can hasten their fall from grace, I believe I shall keep it. I know the path I walk, the one that leads to your downfall. And I won't abandon it. I'll take the cradle back. And then Yep, there he goes. Oh dear, you seem to have lost your train of thought. I know you cannot hear me, but if you want your artifact back, I might suggest stealing it from me while I'm asleep. But considering the burden I have just passed to you, that opportunity may not come for some time yet. Why, I feel absolutely transcendent. To think the shackles of fatigue weighed so heavily. Alas, it appears the artifact needs its own repose of sorts. No matter. I have learned more than enough to take my next step. See to it that this lot is disposed of. It is the least you can do for the freedom I have given you. They have no idea who they're going up against. Come on, all three of ya. Try as you might to rouse Tentoa, he seems completely detached from the waking world. It looks like you've saved us twice today. Thank you. But what of him? Fast asleep, just as we were. Could this be what Sir Firmal Burt warned us of in his report? I see. And those stories are more than just wicked rumors. I suppose there is some small comfort in the fact that our enemy tipped their hand without causing loss of life. While the drowsiness made my eyes heavy, my ears could not mistake Leofine's arrogant voice. If she would not scruple to attack former comrades in arms, then she has fallen farther than I dared imagine. Yet we bear the blame for allowing her to get the upper hand, and in so doing puts innocent lives in danger. Another black mark on our order. It was only thanks to you and your companion's efforts that the snow was not stained red this day. At the very least, allow us to carry him to the congregation. Our work here is done, so we shall accompany them as far as Falcon's Nest. Prince, pray return to Ishgard and look after your friend. Alright, back to Ishgard we go. Once again, we head towards the Forgotten Knight Aethernet Shard. And Firmalbart. Full glad am I to see you well, Master Brightstar. I understand you come fresh from an encounter with none other than Leofine. Master Tentoa now rests on the second floor. We shall stand vigil by his side every moment until he opens his eyes again. We should not have long to wait, but if you wish to check on him, please do so at your leisure. There is another matter to discuss. Just before your departure to Gorgane Mills, it seems there was another incident. A group of criminals were released from their cells, their guards found in deep sleep. Doubtless Leofine was behind this. And doubtless the ruffians you clashed with were the self-same criminals. Leofine is gathering those who bear a grudge against the Temple Knights to her side, and using this animosity to her advantage. We now know for certain that Leofine is the mastermind of these attacks, and that her aim is to chip away at the very foundation of the Temple Knights, our honor. When I shared these revelations with my superiors, it was decided that none would speak publicly of the artifact and its powers. The passage of the Unbound seeks to overthrow the nations of the world. One obvious method to achieve this goal would be to stoke the flames of unrest among the common folk. thus sinking Ishgard into a mire of chaos and distrust. So long as these failures are placed squarely on the shoulders of the Temple Knights, we can avoid fomenting a more abiding mistrust in the nation's very core. For Ishgard's peace, I would gladly suffer any disgrace. The question remains as to whether we can apprehend Leofine before she tears our reputation to tatters. While Master Tentoa slumbers, it falls to us to search for clues that might point toward her whereabouts. Leofine remains as elusive as ever. If she is in league with Ishgard's more unsavory elements, she could be hidden anywhere. We have only her cryptic statements to guide us. It seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been but a prelude to its climax. We can but hope that Tentoa awakens before she emerges again. Prince, there you are. I'm so glad I found you. I was starting to think I was in the wrong city, but the narwhal guided me true. Oh, you must be the maiden Tentoa mentioned. You hail from the same village, yes? I am Firmalbert, of the Temple Knights. 'Tis an honor to meet you. Ah, Tentoa wrote about you in his letters. I am Lozenique, and the honor is all mine. Is Tentoa with you? I haven't received a letter from him for some time, so I came here to check on him myself. So he never sent the letter. He fell asleep, unfortunately. You insufferable fool! What have I always told you about rushing ahead without thinking? Now you even have the gall to be sleeping when I arrive. You'd promised you'd write to me. What was I supposed to do when the letters stopped coming? I was so worried. At least I can take some small comfort that he appears otherwise unharmed. I take it you're to thank for that, Prince. He told me you were the Shut-Eye. Yes, that's right. For 10 years I bore his fatigue, and as a result my body is more fragile than most. But since arriving in Tuliolol, my life has become normal. As I've walked the city streets and eaten my fill of its food, I've felt my strength grow. I can even stay awake for a full day now. Well, I wouldn't recommend staying awake for 24 hours, but... Do you know why Tentoa sleeps so soundly? Reports of other incidents indicated that those affected awoke in a matter of moments, yet Tentoa shows no signs of stirring. Well, I'm sorry, I can't say for certain. But I do know the stories of those who came before me. More than one Shut-Eye has fallen into a sleep much like this, one so absolute that they become deaf to the outside world. With no means to sustain their bodies, they would waste away if left alone. So, our people found a mixture of herbs and other materials that help usher the Shut-Eye back to the waking world. What could possibly be strong enough to bring someone back from this? I'm assuming you guys have already tried smelling salts. We call it spring dew, and the secrets of its making are passed down through generations. Each drop acts as a ray of sunshine in the darkness of sleep, a beacon for the dreamer to follow. I carry some of the ingredients on my person, but others must be gathered fresh. It won't be an easy task, but I'm certain it will save Tentua. Are you in need of an alchemist? Because I can help synthesize it once we get the ingredients. I don't know their Eorzean name, but one of the flowers blooms a striking yellow, and grows only where mountain peaks soar above the clouds. Being so close to the heavens, it drinks in the sunlight, and its petals cleanse the body and promote wakefulness. In the churning mist blooms a yellow flower called the dandelion. In no other place in Eorzea can one be closer to touching the sun. Good. Next we'll need the saliva of a beast we call Morble. And the thicker it is, the better. The pungent odor could wake the dead. Ah, I know them well. Morbles are not an uncommon sight in the Dravanian hinterlands. A mature specimen should possess saliva with the desired effect. The prospect of gathering it, however, is an unenviable task. Once we have those two ingredients, mixing them with the rest should be a simple matter. You think you could procure them, Prince? Leave it to me. Oh, your confidence is reassuring. Since the Morble saliva must be fresher of the two, I ask that you first climb into the heavens and pick dandelions for Tentua. Alright, we head for the churning mist. Question is, do we need to go to the dragon side, or do we need to go to the Moogle side? Let's try the Moogle side and work from there. Actually, no, we could probably check it on the map. Let's see here. It's about midway. Closer to Zenith, but... But yeah, let's get on the way over to the east here. We're gonna go ahead and grab that, and then once we have that, then we will go ahead and grab the that Morble saliva, like they said. Here we go, and yeah, these must be what they're talking about here. I would expect, based on this quest, we're probably going to have an encounter when we grab the second one. Sun-drenched dandelions shine in almost golden yellow. Now for a much more gruesome task. Venture to the Dravanian hinterlands and collect saliva from the mouth of a full-grown Morble. Ah! This quest actually surprised me by cutting out the obvious chance to force a fight. Just my luck, it's gonna be raining when we fight this thing. Morbles tend to show up on the western side of things, since that's where the Arboretum is. And what do you know, it is right next to that dungeon. St. Moxzane's Arboretum, I believe it's called. We haven't been in there in quite some time. I think the last time was during Shadowbringers. And I think at the time I was complaining that the music just seemed kind of lazy, because it was basically this track, but it just had a weird filter over it. Anyway, we have a fight. down it goes. Alright. We go back to Ishgard. How do we get in? Or no, it's, judging from that lingering odor, I take it you have the materials. I doubt anyone could sleep through such a potent mixture, but we shall soon see. This is the spot. Wait a minute, is it above? It is. Okay, that's what happened. Usually we go inside that door or something like that. I'm ready to start mixing the ingredients at once. That is, of course, assuming you brought them with you. Here you go. It's a sun-drenched dandelion found blooming around the floating isles above Eorzea. The petals of this dandelion glow almost as brilliantly as the sun which nourishes them. And then, great putrid marble saliva, so pungent that not a sealed vial can contain its scent completely. A single whiff of this saliva can wrench even the deepest sleeper back into the waking world. These are difficult to acquire at the best of times, so I thank you for gathering them so quickly. I shall get started immediately. We've done all we can. Now we wait for Tentua to open his eyes. Huh? Where am I? I hope you enjoyed sleeping the days away, Tentua. And I'm glad you're finally awake. Loa Zenique, what are you doing here? I see. The Leofine wielded the cradle against me, and while I was tucked soundly in bed, Loa Zenique came all this way. Curse my weakness. Just when we had her, just when I was needed the most, I failed. For 10 years I endured countless trials, and when the time came, I couldn't even swing my damn weapon. It's not your fault, Tentua. If anyone's to blame for what's happened, it's me. No, I won't hear it. As you may know, Leofine won our trust by posing as a scholar traveling the width and breadth of Tyrol. She expressed great interest in the cradle and our customs, so I was excited to meet an outsider that I answered her every question. I told her that the Wide Eye keeps the cradle with them at all times, and then she hatched her plan. She took me hostage to draw out Tentua. While Loa Zenique was sleeping, Leofine snuck into her chamber and held a blade at her throat. I had no choice but to give her what she wanted, the cradle of the sleepless. I put Loa Zenique life before the future of our people. It was at that moment I became unfit to be their guardian. Loa Zenequa is one of your people. Protecting her was your duty. Thank you, Prince. You know just what to say. That was the only way to see a future where none of my people come to harm. Especially Loa Zenequa. Even without the cradle, you're still our guardian. My guardian. We'll find a way to get through this together. Seeing you in such high spirits lifts my own. Oh, and before I forget, you trounced Leofine's thugs while I was dreaming in the snow, didn't you? I owe you a debt I won't soon forget. And I wager that debt will grow larger before we pry the treasure from Leofine's clutches. But whatever it takes, I won't stop until she's answered for her crimes. You know, while I was sleeping, I dreamed. I saw Loa Zenequa and I as children. Nothing particularly interesting happened. We just whiled the days away, without a care in the world. I'd forgotten what it was like to dream. It was pleasant. I can remember wanting to stay there, to never open my eyes again. But of course, the moment I gave form to that thought, I opened them, and Loa Zenequa was there. Even if we get the cradle back, will things return to the way they were? Will you go back to spending your life in dreams? I suppose so. It's my duty as the Shut-Eye, after all. Your duty. And it was your duty, too, that compelled you to come all the way here to Ishgard. But no more. What are you saying? I tried so hard to convince myself that you were glad spending so much time asleep, but being on the other side made me realize I was lying to myself all along. I don't want to return to a life where you and I are bound together, but always so far apart. I want to go back to those happy days when we were by each other's sides. I guess what I'm saying is, if there's a different path for us, I want to find it, and I want to walk it with you. But not yet. First, we reclaim the cradle, and when we have, we'll take our first steps towards that new future. I promise. I must confess, I haven't felt the same since I woke up. I know I was in that bed for a while, but instead of feeling refreshed, my body feels weaker somehow. It's almost as if my very strength was sapped when the treasure was turned on me. I can't even grip my weapon properly. Leofine did remark that she felt invigorated. Maybe she took your vitality for herself. Then, does that mean the cradle has powers we don't know about? Not exactly. It may just mean the cradle works differently than we thought. Its wielder might not pass on their fatigue, rather they absorb another's vigor. The end effect would be the same. The cradle wielder can go on without sleep, and its victim loses the strength to even keep their eyes open. You never took more than you needed, so my slumber was always light enough to awaken from. But if the treasure was used without restraint... If we've had this realization, it won't be long until Leofine does too. And then it will be too late. We have to root her out. But I mustn't rush ahead blindly, as Loenzeneque never tires of telling me. I feel nearly weak as a child right now. I must spend what precious time we have to training to regain what strength Leofine stole from me. You have my word I won't rest until I'm in top form again. I suggest that you do the same, if for no other reason than to give me some stiff competition. Yeah, and honestly, you're probably on the right track there. What's wrong with your village having three warriors instead of just one that can, handle things at different times of the day? You're looking strong, Prince. While I'm not my old self yet, I'm feeling better by the day. Still, there's much work to be done. I need to be even better than I was before we're to have any hope of catching Leofine. I wonder what she's plotting with the rest of her cohorts. We know they aim to topple nations around the world, but this is an odd way to go about it, don't you think? Why haven't her misdeeds in Ishgard extended any farther than the Temple Knights? We've pondered that same question. Our best guess was that the former Temple Knight herself, she chose them because she knows how to exploit them. She's using her knowledge as a weapon, and we need to equip ourselves likewise. If we can learn more about her, we might be able to anticipate her next move. A good plan, but I admit I have no idea where to start. Should we ask Firmalbert? I already have. He said that while he never knew her personally, the knights in her old squadron might be able to shed light onto her past. Some of them even now patrol the city, and Firmalbert was a great help in telling me where they might be. You've been busy, Loenzeneque. Well, I can't remember the last time I was awake this long. I didn't want to sit around until I got tired again. And we're all the better for it. Since you gathered the information, it's only fitting I do the legwork. Just tell me where these knights are and I'll speak with them. Gladly, but Ishgard is still an unfamiliar city for both of us, right? Although Firmalbert told me where to go, the names of these places mean nothing to me. Luckily, we have Prince to guide you. You'll go with Tentoa, won't you? You got it. I knew we could count on you. Alright, take note of these locations. So is this the thing where Tentoa will be joining us? Being forced to work with someone like Leofine isn't a fate I would envy. I'm curious to hear what these knights have to say about her. Hopefully they provide insight that'll help guide us forward. Time is of the essence, Prince. Let's get moving. And yes, they are indeed accompanying us. Alright, so looks like there are 3 spots for us to check out. One is right over here. Upstairs again, I'm assuming. Now this is a rare privilege. What business could the savior of Ishgard have with a humble knight? We need information. Want to know about Leofine? Well, many temple knights come from common stock, but she was different. Despite what she became, Leofine was born of noble blood. Even so, she often made mock of Ishgard's customs and the responsibilities that bound the conduct of noble families. Doubtless she yearned for freedom all her life, or her idea of it anyways. Although her deeds caused her to be expelled from the Temple Knights and summarily stripped of her title, she may have actually desired that outcome. If she hated it so much here, all she had to do was leave. I hear she did leave, for a time at least. Now she's in league with a group that aims to plunge the world into chaos. If a selfish heart like Leofine was sought out to aid in this plot, I shudder to imagine how wicked their leader must be. And more than likely, we are going to meet this leader once we have a chance to complete the rest of these role quests. Do you require aid? I must keep watch, so forgive me if I don't engage in idle chit-chat. Leofine? For her, I can spare a moment. I don't suppose you know why she was expelled from the Temple Knights, do you? While few were her equal in swordplay and fewer still handled their mounts with such grace, she oft spent her nights carousing in the gambling halls. It was after just such a night that she fell asleep while on duty. Some may call it a cruel twist of fate, but dragons attacked her charges as she slept, and they were left defenseless. In her negligence, she was deemed to have aided our ancestral foe, and thus was stripped of her knighthood and noble title both. Knights falling asleep on duty? A story that's become all too familiar. Given what happened, I've no doubt she came to fear sleep. Yet now she has conquered that weakness, and she wields it as a weapon against us. She may even believe herself to be beyond the reach of mortal danger. Yet she's only deluding herself, and in time she'll be made to answer for her deeds. Alright, the last spot is over here towards the other staircase, up to the pillars. They've been working on that wall forever. I've heard that the people of Ishgard revere a warrior god, but here is a statue of a flesh and blood knight. I've never seen such a thing. My people make no figures or depictions of our departed, fearing that such objects would keep them from finding their way to the next world. The only idol we keep is the cradle of the sleepless, and thanks to its blessings, a wide eye has always watched over us. So our reverence is devoted solely to the Narwhal. It's enough that it guides our people safely to the next sunrise. All is quiet, even so I must remain vigilant. Leofine, eh? A name spoken of in hushed whispers now, but many have forgotten her strategic genius. She had a singular talent for achieving victory in battle by whatever means necessary. Genius? Maybe we're just too dense to see how her actions would cause Ishgard to collapse. Given that her group seems relatively few in number, an assault on Ishgard is unlikely. Rather, I think her aim is to chip away at the people's trust in Ishgard's foundation, and by the absence of a few vital bricks bringing the whole nation tumbling down. The thought gives me worry. Even now, representatives from Ishgard are preparing to visit Oakzunda in the Sea of Clouds. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a grievous blow to Ishgard's reputation. As we saw at Falcon's Nest, certain elements that oppose our nation see friendly gestures as a chance to spark conflict. Given recent developments, Sir Handeloop has been debating whether the visit is a wise choice. Well, we have a general understanding of what drives our adversary, stories that paint a picture of a rotten, conniving soul. Must have been hard on the Lord Commander. The Lord Commander? I take it that's the leader of these Temple Knights? While fancy titles hold little interest to me, I sympathize with anyone who had to give orders to a rotten apple like Leofine. Giving the Temple Knights a warning is the least we can do. It's clear that this delegation, might prove an enticing target for Leofine. Finally, we have knowledge to use against our enemy. If we all work together, we might be able to trap her. We haven't much time. Let us return to the congregation and tell this Handloop what we know. Alright, there is an Aethernet shard right over here, which we can take. You are ever welcomed at the congregation, Prince. I am well apprised of Leofine's wicked deeds, and your efforts to flush her out have been much appreciated. And this must be Master Tentoa, who crossed the ocean from Tyrol. I hope you have recovered from your ordeal. I'm better than ever. Apologies for taking up one of your beds for so long. Please, no apologies are necessary. On the contrary, the Temple Knights yet owe you a debt for all you have done. Which brings us to the purpose of this visit. You had something to discuss with me? About that, delegation. I see. You and I have the same doubts. The delegation to Oxzundu would be an obvious target for Leofine. I was but recently debating the wisdom of moving forward with our plans. As you know, all of Ishgard falls under the protection of the Temple Knights. As such, 'tis only meet that we maintain and strengthen friendly relations with our neighbors. The delegation in question is tasked with deepening mutual understanding of each of our unique cultures. Solnu Vanu, chief of the Zundu, was most eager to host. Yet so long as the specter of Leofine hangs over our order, I fear visits abroad are unwise. Should any of the Vanu come to harm, our relations could be damaged irreparably. As we have no way of knowing if Leofine has caught wind of our plans, I am of mind that postponing the delegation may be the most prudent course of action, for the safety of all. This could also be the perfect chance to draw her out. Perhaps a false delegation, if you will, that the Zundu are made aware of beforehand, so that they know what the plan is. Or so that the Vanu know. That's right, Prince and I won't let anyone come to harm. And as long as you warn the Vanu in advance, they shouldn't hold the actions of a rogue against you. If they're truly your allies, they'll see the wisdom in your judgment. Please, send the delegation as planned. It'll be our best chance to capture Leofine. Oh, I was gonna say, send false delegation leaders, that being us. Yes, your words have merit. Thank you for the sage counsel. You are right. The Zundu would not stand idly by while we suffer at the Leofine's hand. In fact, the fellowship between our two peoples was forged when a god assailed their home and was brought low by the great hero Prince. If we tell the Zundu that he is keeping watch over the proceedings, then I am certain all doubts will be quieted. Then you'll proceed? Indeed, the time has come for we Temple Knights to reclaim our honor and go on the counter-offensive. I shall bring the suggestion of a joint operation against Leofine to the Lord Commander as soon as possible. Thank you. Together we'll put a stop to her scheme. I first must discuss matters with the others involved before we present a plan to the Lord Commander. Although time is of the essence, I ask that you wait a while until our course is settled. Essentially, no combat this quest. Wait for the next quest. I realize now that I agreed to defend a people I know next to nothing about. Tell me of these Zundu we'll soon be visiting. You ever hear of the Hanu Hanu before? They're like the Hanu Hanu, with even more of a penchant for metaphor. Really? Two groups of such people so far apart? The world really is full of surprises. Even a single city is enough for a lifetime. Every day I hear something that gives me food for thought. Like the story of the Dragon Song War, for instance. Generations of animosity between dragon and man that somehow ended in a rekindled fellowship. I imagined a whole world like that. A world where there'd be no need for protectors. The Wide Eye watches not only the monsters in the wilderness, but our neighbors as well. We barely even considered sending delegations outside our village's gates. And the cold snap only made things worse. With everyone struggling just to survive, our every thought goes towards defending our scarce resources. But if we only look outwards with wariness, there's no hope for the future to change. No hope to build trust. If only there was a way to bridge the distance between us and greet tomorrow hand in hand. But maybe that's a silly dream. Maybe. But either way, it's a beautiful thought. I'm glad you think so. I'll hold that future in mind as I get back to training. As for you, Prince, get some rest. If you fall asleep when I need you most, I'll wake you up with a knock to the head. And we got some Aquapazza. Sir Handaloop still hasn't sent word. I guess the others might not be so enthusiastic about our plan. To them, the cradle of the sleepless is naturally still something to be feared. No matter how much faith they have in your strength, you'd be at Leofine's mercy if she put you to sleep. Honestly, I don't blame them. Not even I imagined our treasure could be used for such evil. In Leofine's hands, it's no more than an indiscriminate weapon. But that means when we get it back, we can turn it into something else. Something no one's ever thought of before. We can find a way to use it without forcing someone to spend their life in slumber. Of course, I agree with you, Tentoa, but we have more pressing matters, namely a rogue knight to capture and a treasure to recover. Right. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Apologies for keeping you waiting so long. The Temple Knights have finally reached a decision concerning the delegation to the Sea of Clouds. And what have you decided? I am pleased to say that the Zundu have agreed to join forces with us. Together we shall drive back Leofine should she attack. If her shadow darkens even an ilm of their homeland, our peaceful delegation shall turn into a fighting force at a moment's notice. We shall restore the Temple Knight's reputation and recover your artifact in one fell swoop. Thank you, Handelope. We promise to do our part if Leofine shows herself. She won't get away this time. We have but to hammer out the finer details. Once we are ready to depart, the first group of knights shall leave by airship. I would ask you both to make your way to Oxundu as soon as possible, so you may help plan our strategy. I'm coming too. I can heal your wounds, and if it comes to it, my staff can bruise as well as the club. I'll gladly have you with us. I'm done taking on the world alone. I need you, Loenzeneque, and Prince too. We're stronger together than we could ever be apart. Cradle never would have been stolen if I'd realized that from the beginning. And I want you by my side to ensure I don't forget it. Well then, we'd better be off. I'm keen to meet this Chief Sonu Vanu. To Oxundu we go. Honored Netherling, your return to Oxundu is as welcome as the arrival of spring. Sonu knows why you come. Wicked hearts seek to bring chaos to our home. And so the Zundu shall rise to its defense if needed. As the sun's rays chase away the shadows of night, the sun-drop dance shall keep the tendrils of sleep at bay. Chief Sonu Vanu, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Tentoa, and if this sun-drop dance is as invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself. The Zundu shall dance before Ishgard's warriors upon their arrival. Brave Tentoa is welcome to join the proceedings. That was your original intent, right? I see. If we were to draw Leofine out, it makes sense to pretend like nothing is amiss. Zundu warriors unify their strength through the sun-drop dance. And the sight is so fearsome that many choose to flee rather than fight. Netherling warriors may learn much from such an approach. Breaking the enemy's spirit avoids needless bloodshed. Yet all dancers must hone their skills before wild animals first. That, the sun-drop dance does not fail them at the most crucial moment. It is for that reason our dancers await at the outskirts of Zundu for the Netherlings' arrival. When the performance begins, it shall draw the attention of all like a roiling cloud coming over the horizon. Watch carefully for any who would take advantage of that moment. After the dance is finished, Netherlings will present the Zundu with Chief Sonu. Netherling ship appears in the skies like sudden sun shower, hurtling toward Earth. Swiftly it descends, crashing down near Zundu dancers. Ship markings are Ishgardian. Zundu are unhurt, but wounded Netherling pour from vessel. Like a lightning bolt in the night, Leofine strikes. The Temple Knights were coming by airship, right? All Leofine had to do was lull the pilot to sleep. She saw right through us, and now we're on the back foot. Great winds can alter even a raging river's course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward. And now, we must offer aid to the Netherlings who come as guests. Right, let's go. And indeed, if you had done the what were called the Beast Tribe quest back in the day, you would have seen the dance that they were talking about. Let's see here. Yeah, the Sun Drop dance basically looks like this. But then, if you actually did all the Beast Tribes back in the day for Heaven's Word, you got a second dance as a reward, the Moonlift dance. Yeah, so, anyway. Duty calls! If this is the work of the Cradle, Leofine can't be far. We must tend to the wounded, but I won't let her escape again. This ends today, one way or the other. Alrighty, let's get this going. There you are, Leofine. You came all this way just to greet me. Oh, I am honored. I only hope my gift was satisfactory. It is a shame you will not see Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about my feet, threatening to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans. At least you bear witness to the dying breath of the Temple Knight's flagging honor. We would sooner see that wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. Yet even I did not foresee that the Zundu would be in the ship's path. The fury favors me, for who now would trust a nation so careless as to put their neighbors at risk? Everyone knows you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily. Oh, I didn't see you there. The shut-eye, wide awake. Doubly honored I am that you came all this way just to meet your end. Enough. We're taking the Cradle back. We won't let your evil continue any longer. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's powers, all at the cost of someone's waking life. Your life. Pray do not misunderstand me. That was not meant to be a denouncement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We are bound by our very nature. No matter how mighty we become, we are slaves to the whims of sleep. Yet this artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielder stronger, and their enemies weak. A perfect weapon, if you ask me. I can't say whether using the Cradle is right or wrong. I only know that a life lived at the cost of another is no life at all. You're right about one thing. We are bound by our nature, but that doesn't shackle us. It brings us together. And whether I'm asleep or awake, as long as Loazeneque is by my side, that's the life I want. Show her no quarter. I'll be your shield. She's exhausted the Cradle's power on the Temple Knights. This is our chance. No plan is without its wrinkles, I suppose. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. You had an opportunity to live a quiet life, but I will not give it again. This time I shall send you into a slumber from which you will never wake. Let's do this! Give the cradle back or we'll take it back. I'll bless her as usual. Take it if you dare. Protect the Netherling warriors! Zundu, with them by our side, Leofine won't stand a chance. Why must you resist? Now, wash away the darkness of sleep with Sundrop Dance. Don't just stand there, kill him! Witness the Sundrop Dance, Netherling warriors, awaken! Zundu's fearsome dancing gives rise to a swell of aether. Everyone's awake! Mighty Zundu protect Netherling warriors. Keep cautious, like Galakat under stormy skies. Now you're all alone. This ends now, Leofine. Why am I cursed with incompetence? Very well, dance with me, Wide-Eye. I have yet to test the strength granted to me. Your strength. Now I shall. Think it could hold such immense power. Ha ha ha! The artifact isn't for such callous hands. The Narwhal's blessing is only for those with a heart of a defender. Prince, we need to split up. You take that side. Thank you both. Healing is on the way. there's more to this. Artifact swells with power. It begs to be released. Now you shut your eyes for the final time. Take a last glimpse of the waking world. Brace yourself against the power of the artifact. I'll protect you until my last breath. Take cover behind Tentoa. Yeah, that's the paladin's defensive shield attack, or defensive shield. It's not an attack. I'm all right. What about Tentoa? He's down. Me without any smelling salts. I think this piece of wood is for protection. Such a cloying sentiment. Cursed insects. You lot, finish them off. Earn your freedom. Sundrop dance shall rouse Netherling warrior. Protect the sleeper until he awakens. It's time for us to protect Tentoa. We'll get through this together. Yeah, it seems like the best thing for me to do is to just stand in this spot. On your feet, Tentoa. It's your duty as the Wide Eye. What? I was asleep? I owe you all my life. Thank you. Soon do go to help allies. May Zephyr winds guide you to victory. No, sleep is inexorable. How are they doing this? I am far from finished. You will not withstand this. Others are just tools to you. This your idea of freedom? Almost got him down. Will be bound no more. Oh, no, you don't. That was an interrupt check. All right, duty complete. You stubborn You may have won today, but this is not over. Yes, it is. Well, I'm down. Damned fool. Now! No! Don't be a fool. Put them to sleep. Say goodnight, Leo Fine. Hey, they're actually being smart. If it wasn't for the Griffin, that would be quite the splat coming up. Wide-Eye Watch is eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. Finally stopped her. Yes, but we have someone else to worry about. Prince, wake up. Are you all right? Only he would smile at a time like this. He's awake. All right. Who invited you, Windsprite? Your work is done, Prince. You did a commendable job as our shield. And now you can lay down your burden. It was thanks to your bravery that I was able to deal the final blow to the Leofine. And with the cradle back in our possession, I think we can consider this expedition across the seas to be a success. The Zundu helped us gather the wounded and see them off safely to Ishgard. We couldn't have done it without you. Netherlings protect allies as fiercely as Galakat protecting kittens. Zundu are moved by your might. You were equally as impressive. I should learn the Sundrop dance myself, though I won't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. Zundu seem to have everything well in hand, and Handaloop is likely eager to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. Again, who invited you? At least those things are good for giving you crystals of elemental properties. The heroes of the day have returned. Thanks to your valor, the threat Leofine posed is no more. What more? Not a single life was lost. On behalf of the Temple Knights, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to you all. You don't owe me any thanks. After all, it was my fault that the cradle was stolen in the first place, and ultimately my fault that your delegation to Okzundu turned into a melee. That may be true that our visit to the Sea of Clouds was far from peaceful. But the bond between the Zundu and Temple Knights has only deepened through overcoming mutual adversity. Blessings often take inscrutable forms. And while we know not whether Leofine yet lives, we do know that she can no longer reach the source of her ill-gotten power, so we have little more to fear from her. With the crisis behind us, the common folk no longer have aught to fear. We will make known the story of Leofine's schemes and the heroes who work to foil them, and in time I hope that the trust in our order will be restored. The Temple Knights shall continue to build relations with our neighbors for years to come. Relations which shall form the foundation for Ishgard's future. We would be honored if we could count you among our allies in this endeavor. Anything you need, simply call upon us. We'll be there, no questions asked. And with that, it's time we returned home. It's been an honor. We'll be passing through Tuliolal on our way back, Prince. If you have business in those parts, we'd love to speak with you at Jabral Yav before setting off. See you soon, hopefully. Alright, back to Tuliolal. Prince, there you are. I was afraid we wouldn't see you before we left. We arrived not long ago and apprised Brook Evu of everything that happened. This is the longest I've spent away from our village, but even though Tuliolal and Ishgard were like entirely different worlds to me, I was only ever treated with kindness. Is anything the matter, Tentoa? Nothing, it's just something I've been thinking about. Our people have always been self-sufficient, but the Ishgardians and the Zundu showed that looking to your neighbor can reveal a way through the harshest difficulties. And you heard Handaloop. The bond between Ishgard and Okzundu was only made deeper through their shared ordeal. To trust another to such a degree, well, I think it's a goal we should all strive toward. We have at least one friend like that, don't we? He who bent his ears to every note of the narwhal's lullaby without a shade of fear in his eyes. Thank you, Prince. For believing in us, for believing that no matter the outcome, your actions would not be in vain. In so doing, you taught me the worth of fighting alongside your allies. You can trust. Even if your shield breaks, that is not the end. You're right. It's our faith in our allies, and their faith in us, that gives us the courage to protect each other. But approaching someone with open arms doesn't mean they'll accept you. The relations between our people and our neighbors have been strained by generations of mistrust, and we must take care to mend them properly. If we can do that, and learn to look toward the future hand in hand, then there will be no need to use the cradle ever again. People can sleep and dream untroubled, and awaken with bright eyes. I want to see those days come to pass. Me too. Then you and I can finally spend more time together. Right, of course. If we're going to see this future, we should get back to our village. They'll be overjoyed to see the cradle returned. Thank you for everything, Prince. Next time we meet, may we both have good news to share. Alright, that is another of the role quests completed. No sleep till Tuliolol. 5 achievement points gotten. Alright, so that leaves us with 2 more that need to be taken care of. The first is for magical range DPS, and the second is for ranged physical DPS. Those are both quests that we will be taking on at a different time. But for right now, we have one more thing to take a look at today, and that is cosmic exploration. So for that, we actually need to head over to Old Charlian. And then we are headed down to the harbor for a cosmic homecoming. For this, we cannot be a combat class. We actually have to either be a crafter or a gatherer. Hello, Naming Way! Greetings and salutations, my good sir. I am called Naming Way, and as for you, I suppose we shall see. For the moment, I am in need of directions. I have heard tell of other Loporrits roaming the city, long-eared and charmingly fuzzy, like myself. Might you have seen any? I met a colony of them on the moon. Are you from there? You've met the entire Fluffle? However did you get up there? Through the Tower of Babel, technically. I see. So the people of Aetheris have but recently secured a reliable means of transit to the moon. Why did I not hear about this sooner? If what you say is true, at long last, I can return home to my beloved Mare Lamentorum. Oh, happy day! You would not believe what I've endured on this star. It's been one ordeal after another. I first set out to study Aetheris over 100 years ago. Mine was a solitary mission, yet one of tremendous importance, and I had vowed to see it through. Excuse me, 100 years ago? As a Loporrit, would you not have turned into an auspice by now? Alas, my survey pod suffered a bit of a rocky landing, smashed to smithereens, and thus was I stranded on this star with no method of contacting my compatriots. But did I despair? No, I did my duty. I scoured every inch of this world all on my lonesome, trusting that someday, somehow, I would make it home. It was not until recently, however, that the rumor of moonfolk descending upon this bastion of scholars reached my ears. I immediately stowed away on a vessel bound for Old Charlian to investigate their veracity, and here we are. For so long, I have yearned to return home to Bestway Borough and reunite with my comrades. Please, will you tell me how to reach Mare Lamentorum? Lamentorum? The Tower of Babel, you say? As I myself visited Garlemald some few decades ago, I dare say I'll have no trouble finding my way there again. However, after 100 years away, I'm not sure what manner of welcome awaits me. Given your familiarity with my kin, perhaps you could serve as moral support? Oh, thank you! I'm fortunate indeed to have crossed paths with someone so kind. Then, without further ado, I shall meet you in Mare Lamentorum. Interesting quests icon there. Alright, so how far into there? Right up at the entrance of the place. Okay. Alright, so we just need to wait a little bit for them to show up. Sometime later. Phew. That certainly wasn't my idea of a relaxing climb. Your lot should really consider giving that old tower a fresh coat of paint. Or at least removing some of its more sinister devices. Nevertheless, here I am. You're seeing Zodiark? Or rather the Lack? No, you're seeing Aetheris. A few things may have changed in my absence, but there's no mistaking it. I've come home. And it seems the lights are on at the Burrow, shall we? Well, of course they'd be excited to finally come home. That can't be him. Surely it's not him, is it? There's no mistaking that red garb. Yes, it is I, Namingway. I am ever so glad to see you all awake. Namingway? It is you. Where have you been for the past century? Searching Way. I was surveying Aetheris as you ordered, but I'm afraid there were complications. So the survey pod was destroyed. What a catastrophe. It certainly hindered my ability to travel. Regardless, my mission was a success, and I return to you now with a shocking revelation. The people of Aetheris, you see. Are they gonna say this, what was learned back during Endwalker? Are tiny! Every last one! Frickin' called it! Tragic, isn't it? But we've been aware for some time, what with our regular encounters with Prince and his fellows. You may find this hard to believe, but the final days have been averted entirely. There's no need to evacuate Aetheris. Our job is done. Our what is what? You mean to tell me an entire century of hard work has come to naught? Why don't you take a load off and build a bot? Don't lose heart, my friend. We Loperates may no longer have a Heidelin given purpose, but we are free to discover new dreams of our own. Yes, in fact, you might want to talk to Dreaming Way about that. There are many opportunities, not to mention a rave going on upstairs. And be it through painting, musicking, or broadcasting, we're finding ever more ways to connect with the people of Aetheris. They're actually... Okay, it's nice to see they actually track that for this quest. Okay. Really? What's your new dream, Searching Way? My dream? My dream? Why, I have the grandest dream of all. I call it the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Not bad for a novice, eh? Though naming was always your forte, not mine. It was you who suggested Carrots of Happiness, not to mention Best Way's Burrow. And that was before you got a full century of added insight under your belt. Yes, and I know of certain other naming ways that are able to change the names of people, but that's besides the point here. What if we found a new purpose for all that you've learned? Imagine how many discoveries await us on other stars. They'll need names, you know. You want me to name your discoveries? Not for duty's sake, but for the simple joy of it. Why, I should be glad to. I can think of no nomenclatural prospect more enticing. What about you, Prince? Won't you join us at the final frontier? Okay, obvious Star Trek reference there. Think of the strange new worlds just waiting to be explored. And yet, actually, two references in the same statement there. Oh, they've gone full Star Trek on us here. If you don't know, in Star Trek, the one with the red shirt is the one that is typically marked for death during the show. Certainly, after all, I'm not the one in the red shirt. Ooh, that potentially could cause a problem with Naming Way then, but oh well. Fantastic. Welcome aboard. I'll have Driving Way take you to our base of operations straight away. Okay, then we need to head south. Looking for a ride on the Burrow's best rover? Prince and Naming Way have joined the project. I'd like you to take them to the hub. You got it, boss. We'll be cruising across the craters in no time. Listen here. The base is a long way out. No aetherite on account of the magnetic interference. So it's my way or the highway. Got it? Safety first. We wouldn't want anyone to go flying off into the cosmos just yet. I'll take my own vehicle and meet you there. Keep your tails in your seats and all your paws inside the rover, because it's going to be a bumpy ride. Hop in. Welcome to the Moongate Hub, home of the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Now that you're here, allow me to explain the course I've charted for this project. There's a lot of work to be done, but our first priority is the completion and maintenance of our base here. After that, the sky's the limit. Somewhat literally, as I discovered, an entirely new starship is required for our mission, as apparently I'm not authorized to fly the whole moon off to Mother knows where. I plan for our ventures to be only moderately death-defying, so it's vital that we have a dock for landing our craft and facilities for its maintenance as well. We also require specialized machinery for surveying and recovering materials. But you needn't worry, the work will be divided amongst all of us. Will it indeed? I wager it would take an army to handle all that. Oh, we have plenty of volunteers. Loporits, studium faculty, gleaners, none can resist the siren song of the unknown. Our preparations are far from complete, but we're proceeding at a comfortable pace. For your part, you can begin by having a look around and familiarizing yourselves with Sinus Ardorum. Naming way. If you see anything you don't recognize, your task is to think of a fitting name and report back. I'll ensure it's made official. An invigorating assignment, if ever there was one. I do so enjoy my carefully considered monikers entering the common parlance. Prince, I'd like to make full use of your artisanal skills. Naturally, for an operation of this scale, communication is paramount. Take this exo-tablet, standard issue for members of our initiative. It displays our team's progress and requisitions, updated in real time. We're also designing proprietary tools for crafting and gathering across the cosmos. I'll provide you with a prototype, but you'll need to speak with Researching Way for the details. And with that, I think I've gone on for long enough. Assisting with missions around the base will help you understand the initiative better than any explanation from me, so I bid you, go forth. Rest assured, I'll do my part. No novelty shall go unnamed on my watch. Alright, and we got a cosmic prototype coffer. Cosmic exploration now accessible. You've been issued an exo-tablet. You may review the latest project developments at any time within cosmic exploration areas. Take part in missions to further exploration of the Sea of Stars and aid Searching Way and his crew in realizing their dream. Welcome to the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. As part of the team, you'll work alongside fellow residents of your home world to explore and develop Sinus Ardorum, as well as each new planet you reach. Further, each objective through crafting and gathering, and shape your surroundings with new facilities designed to aid in greater exploration. The central activities of cosmic exploration, such as stellar missions, are designed for disciples of Hand and Land. Stellar missions employ Quest Sync, which adjusts the difficulty and EXP rewards to your current level. Everything's already max level, so that doesn't matter for me. How to enter, speak to Driving Way and Best Way Burrow to reach Sinus Ardorum. Upon arrival, you can travel between instances by speaking to Driving Way again. Zone effects. Within cosmic exploration zones, the Rainbow Crystal converts a crafter or gatherer's sprint action into stellar sprint, boosting movement speed and effect duration. Excluding the mechs ridden by select pilot candidates during a mech ops directive, mounts are not permitted on the premises. Check your exotablet. In addition to stellar missions and mech ops, cosmic exploration offers a variety of other activities. Refer to your exotablet and open the exploration guide to learn more. And they actually force players to say, I understand what I must do. Alrighty, so let's take a look at that exploration guide. So, yeah, this basically is just going to go into a whole bunch of details about all the different things that can happen during this content. Let's go on to stellar missions here. Stellar missions refer to crafting and gathering requests posted by the initiative. Would you like to view the exploration guide? Sure. So stellar missions are requests issued to disciples of Hand and Land for the purpose of furthering the initiative. Select stellar missions from the Exo tablet to view a list of available missions. Select a mission from the list to view its location, rewards, and other details. When you're ready to begin, select the initiate button to undertake the mission. You may only accept one at a time. And then we get the duty list, and mission progress, and mission complete. Effectively, these are modern-day leave quests. So, let us take on our first one. And I think it's going to be this one here. Hub Vicinity Survey. Gather items from limited gathering points. And there is a quest sync associated with this. To ensure the continued success of the initiative, it is imperative we conduct a thorough geological survey of Sinus Ardorum. Unused by we Loporits until now, this crater is still awaiting large-scale investigation. Contributors are requested to obtain material samples that we may accurately measure resource distribution across the moon in its entirety. Alright, let's see. This is going to start us right over where we are, basically. So, initiate. And so we sprint. And so we need to get 25 of the materials, and we have to do it within 8 of the gathering points. And yeah, you're basically able to have a permanent sprint on. Alright, so just so you know what I'm doing here, this button right here is basically a gather auto move macro that I have that effectively, if I have another gathering point in my sight, my character just runs over to it, and then I can just hit my my enter key to start mining. It's a handy little thing. if you've never seen anything like that before. If there's nothing in sight, then it just starts an auto move. And as for the macro itself, that is this right here. So it targets the nearest NPC, it locks on, and then it auto moves. So there's the details of the macro if you want to create that yourself as well. Alright, so I've already gathered the required number of materials. Now I just have to go to the rest of the gathering points listed to finish this. Oh, there's actually a short timer on this. I'm actually surprised. Alright. And then we can go into here and click report. And we've gained access to Mech Ops and Stellar Success. We're apparently getting achievements and such. So we've gotten 615 Cosmo credits and 35 Lunar credits. Mech Ops. Mech Ops are special missions that require the use of powerful vacuum suits. Let's take a look at the exploration guide. Mech Ops are special missions that occur at random intervals, utilizing powerful vacuum suits to help carry them out to completion. When Mech Op directives are issued, an announcement will be made to all players in the exploration zone. Players may take part as either pilots or ground support, each role having different requirements for participation. Pilots are charged with operating powerful mechs called vacuum suits in order to carry out these missions. Each time a mech op order is issued, pilots will be selected at random from those who apply. To be selected as a pilot, players will be asked to submit a pilot application. They can be obtained from Elrot in Sinus Arduum in exchange for lunar credits. Once a mech op has been issued, those seeking to serve as pilots may do so by accessing the mech ops registration menu via their exo tablet. Those who possess an application will then be allowed to submit. After the application period has concluded, those selected to be pilots will receive a notification. Final verification prompt will then be displayed, after which pilots will board their vehicles and be transported to the mission site. Please be advised that any active stellar missions will be cancelled. And applications are only processed and taken from players who are selected to be pilots. Please note that once taken, they will not be returned to should you later decide to forfeit your position as pilot. And then for ground support, ground supporters are another important role in the completion of mech ops, whereby players assist without the use of vacuum suits. To join mech ops as a ground supporter, players must proceed directly to the mission site and select Join Event. When a mech ops directive has been issued, players may speak with Elrot, be transported immediately to the mission site. Resources gathered during mech ops must be fed into nearby field scanners. When sufficient resources have been gathered, the field scanners will activate, revealing targets for mech pilots to strike. As thanks for completion of missions as ground support, players who make sufficient contributions will receive a buff that increases the number of credits received for when completing stellar missions. And then further details can be found under Stellar Mission Rules. Alright, so we would need to find one of those pilot applications, but there is no mission right now, so no point in trying to obtain one of those for the time being. Stellar successes refer to achievements attained through cosmic exploration. Let's take a look here. Stellar successes are milestones based on your contributions to the initiative. Various rewards are bestowed upon reaching these milestones. You can keep track of your progress via the Stellar Successes section of the Exo Tablet. Stellar Successes are divided into two categories: Daily Successes, which track your day-to-day achievements, and Standard Successes, which track your overall contribution to the initiative. Participating in stellar missions and mech ops are just 2 of the many ways you can attain stellar successes and reap the rewards. Beware that rewards received above and beyond your carrying capacity will be disposed of, so effectively, don't cap yourself over here. Alright, infrastructure index. So, we're joining this a few days after this had already begun, and it became known very quickly that unless you're actively participating in this stuff, when it releases, basically, there are portions of this that you're simply not going to be able to participate in. Effectively, how the base is going to grow as things proceed here. But it looks like, at least for the time being, we are capped on progress. And the question is going to be, when does the next segment of the cap open up? That we're not really certain of. It could be when the clock rolls over for the next week, or it could be... it'd be unusual if this doesn't open up until the next patch happens. We know that there's going to be at least 3 other locations that we're going to visit in this whole thing. But this here is indicating that there are 7 segments, so I would say more likely we're looking at a weekly release for this here. Let's see, we got the Cosmic Class Tracker, which allows you to see how well you've done across all your disciplines. This apparently opens up your achievement menu. And then last button is the exploration guide again. Alright, let's do another one here. So, let's go for the bigger one here. So, air filter materials. It is imperative we care for the environment wherever the initiative takes us, with the goal of reducing any negative impacts of our operations in Sinus Audrorum. We have installed air filters on much of our infrastructure, from mini rover exhaust to the circulation systems used throughout the Moongate hub. Filters require a catalyst to function, and to ensure maximum efficiency, these must be fabricated using locally sourced materials. Contributors are requested to aid us in acquiring the necessary resources. Alright, let us get ourselves into position for this, since there is a limited amount of time to complete this, much shorter than typical leaves, so... yeah, I would rather not waste time just trying to get over to where we're going. And have all that time to actually complete the mining. I will say it is disappointing that we don't have access to mounts here. But it is what it is. Let's see. Try to clear some of this up here. That's right, we opened this up a little bit ago. So, these are the daily successes that we need to get. 3 types of stellar missions, and then a critical mission, and then complete a mech op, and then draw a cosmic fortune. We've already finished a stellar mission and achieve a gold star rank on a stellar mission. And then for standard, yeah, we got a long list of them here, including drawing 100 cosmic fortunes on the moon. More than likely, a lot of these are going to get copied over to similar stuff on the wherever we go next. But once we complete some of these, we do get rewards in terms of Cosmo credits, it looks like, as well as even lunar credits, so best to work towards these. A new mech op directive has been issued. Clear Tox Lunar's Bungoy has been issued. Pilot candidates, please apply for deployment via your exo tablets. So I'm not going to be able to join this as a mech, since I don't have the thingy. Researching way is there. Where is... Let's see. Credit exchange? Okay, so there's a whole bunch of material we can get, as well as new colors for dyes. But where is the other one? Alright, so that's gonna happen to the southeast. X22 by Y20. Alright, Y20 is gonna be this way. Here we go. I doubt I've got enough. I managed the mechs and issue pilot applications to initiative collaborators. What do you need? Request a pilot application. I'm sorry, but you're gonna need 1,000 lunar credits before I can get you a pilot application. Best of luck out there. Alright, yeah, so I don't have enough right now. I've only got 35, so... that is not a thing for me right now. But, we can at least help out as one of the ground support. So, travel to the ground support zone. This is not a drill. Mech op is underway. If you'd like to offer ground support, I'll send you at once. Let's go. Alright, pilot has been selected, so it's less than a minute to launch time. Oh, and people are already bringing out their mounts. Alright, join event. Mech op joined. Ground support. Burn away the minor filaments. Ah, these things over here. And this music we're hearing here is from Final Fantasy IV. It's the airship theme. Alright, so we need to get 20 of these down. Alright, new targets have been confirmed. Pilots stay alert. And we need to burn more of them now. Completion at 50% and counting. Alright, let's hand in. back to it. %90 completion, just a little further, everyone. Alright. Operation successful. Our most heartfelt thanks to active members. Alright. And then I guess we can hit G to get back to the base then. All right, researching way. Welcome to the Interplanetary Research Station, where we analyze exploration data and develop new tools for the betterment of the initiative. If you would like to take part in our research, it's simple. Complete stellar missions to fill up your dataset, then report back. Our cosmic tools are still prototypes for now, but the more data you bring in for analysis, the more we'll be able to improve them. Check your Exo tablet. All the details are there. You may now participate in cosmic research. Progress is displayed on your Exo tablet under Cosmic Research. For more detailed information, check the exploration guide. Basically, this is how we get our relic tools. Report research data. You could do better than that, surely. Go and complete more stellar missions. I can't work with anything less than a full data set. And before you say that's too vague, all the exact figures you could want are right there on your Exo tablet. I realize it's a lot of work, but just think of what you'll gain in return. My boundless appreciation. And a cosmic tool, I suppose. Alright, speaking of cosmic tools, Inquire. Your current research level has earned you a new cosmic tool. Let us receive Minor. Keep in mind that this tool reflects the current stage of our research. I eagerly await your next report. Alright, and we've gotten a Cosmic Pickaxe prototype version 0.1, which is item level 10. I think what I've got right here is better than that, so I think we're fine sticking with what we got for now. But that is something that is upgradable through the whole process. Oh, this appears to be flashing. Hey, we're moon surfing apparently. Alright, so that's how that works. Let's see. So Cosmic Research. Cosmic Research is founded upon the collection of data pertaining to the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Sure, real quick. So, as part of this research, analytical tasks are set for each disciple of Hand and Land class. Completing missions will procure the data necessary to complete these tasks and advance to the next research stage. So an open Cosmic Research Information window displays current research objectives for each class. Once you have gathered enough data to complete your current analytical task, you can submit your report to Researching Way. The data-driven Loperate will reward your hard work by upgrading your Cosmic Tool. An icon will appear on the Exo tablet when you have sufficient data to report. Each submitted report will increase the quantity and variety of data collectible via missions, a key concern for budding Cosmic for the budding Cosmic researcher. Cosmic Tools. Designed for the disciples of Hand and Land, Cosmic Tools are the technological culmination of Researching Way's fastidious data analysis. As you complete analytical tasks, The ingenious Loperate can upgrade your cosmic tool to ever-increasing heights of utility. Alright. So let's take a look at what's needed right now. So, Cosmic Miner. The further your cosmic research progresses, the better tools you might create. Exciting, no? Alright, so we'll get a prototype version 0.2. That is going to grant a lunar credit bonus of plus 5%. I don't know if that's going to be worth it versus the loss in gathering and perception. But it looks like, yeah, we just have to do stellar missions then. And okay, yeah, so this here tells you, I wasn't exactly sure what this is, but this basically this tells you what category this particular leave is for. Now, okay, there's nothing in there right now, so basically we just gotta find the next spot we want to go to then. Probably we should just stick with the high earning ones here. And actually we're right nearby one of them, so let's see how we can get down. Looks like this works. Okay, and then oh, it's actually over there. Yeah, we really can't jump the gap. We might actually have to go over there and make our way over. Yeah, there's no easy way. Alright, we're in the area here, so let's go ahead and start this. Alright, for this one, we just have to gather chunks. So, in this particular case, we might be able to take advantage of some of what we've got in terms of abilities here. I'll just go ahead and blow everything. Yep, and now we just need another 10. If I wanted to go further on blowing things, then I would have used some of the high cordial I've got. But that's really not necessary in this case. Although getting a revisit to happen wouldn't hurt, that's for certain. Revisit is an ability that you get as you further level up your gatherers, to the point where basically when a revisit triggers, it will completely refill your gathering point bar, and it'll also cause the same spot to proc a second time, so you can gather from it a second time. Alright, we earn a silver star rating on that one. Let's report. Alright, and okay, so they actually keep a running list of which ones you've completed, actually, it looks like. So, there's a check mark on this here. What happened to the one that I already did? Yes. Maybe they trade out every now and then? Alright, we got another one right here. So, hydrofication materials. Here in Sinus Ardorum, a steady water supply ensures the survival of our ever-thirsty Aetheris-born contributors and supports ongoing aquatic cultivation. The hydrofication station, in particular, is the key to maintaining water purity, and routine replacement of its filtration system is critical. To this end, we require a plentiful stockpile of the materials required for filter fabrication. Okay, and they give you the actual targets to hit if you're trying to go for silver versus star, or rather silver versus gold rating. Oh, and we're getting bonuses because we supported the mech ops, and we got 19 out of 20 of those remaining. Now, the thing is, with this particular piece of content, as long as you have cleared, I think, Endwalker, and as long as you have a class that is Disciple of Hand or Land at level 10, you're supposed to be able to get into here. So this is a really great place to level up your classes if you haven't done that before. I just don't know how much experience this is actually giving, but if it's anything like the rates that were given out during the Asgardian Restoration, yeah, this would be a really great thing to do to get your gathering and gathering and crafting classes up to max level. In my case, though, since I'm already max level, that's not as important to me. What is going to be important for me are the things that I can get from the shops, as well as working towards achievements. Alright, got a gold star rating on that one. And apparently we just unlocked rank C missions. Yeah. Okay, and they give you instead of a check mark, they give you a, what looks like a certificate if you complete any of them with a gold ranking. Alright, so now Class C missions are available, although they don't seem to give as much as the Class D stuff. It's kind of interesting. Metal processing materials. We seek to boost productivity and ascertain the feasibility of various initiative quotas. Determining the minimum time required to collect a set quantity of resources will provide valuable data for our research purposes. Additionally, it is hoped that sharing the times achieved by exceptionally efficient contributors will inspire and motivate all of our project teams. And where is this one? It's all the way over there. There is another mech ops about to start, so we will put a pin on that for the moment, and we will instead help out with that mech ops. Alright, let us travel to the ground support zone. It looks like we're gonna have to help out with, like, the rocks in the area or something. And they give you an idea of what mech functions you're going to have access to if you do get chosen as the pilot. Oh, nice, the hematite's sold. And one of the things I've been finding as of late, as I've been working through various bits of content in this game, is I've been finding inventory space a little bit limiting as of late, so I've been just trying to sell everything that I can that's going to give me at least a value of 1,000 gil on the market. So I've got myself down to like this, and then maybe 5 slots in both my retainers, so it's an ever constant problem. Some of this stuff I could get rid of fairly easily. All this stuff is from Bozja, so I need to... that's another piece of content that I need to finish up, and I'm thinking we may just make a thing of Bozja for an episode at some point. Alright, so we need to join the event, and then... What am I doing? Ground support, thank you for contributing. Use your astro drills to destroy corrupted crystals. Got it. Deposit what shards you can into our field scanners. They are essential to this mission's success. Do I need to be clicking on something different? Okay, I need to be looking for the sparkly ones. Okay, got it. There we go. And then this is the Final Fantasy IV battle music. Well, the normal battle music, anyway. But players that have completed Endwalker would already be familiar with this. This also plays in Best Way Burrows. Trying to see if it's possible to, like, get 2 spots at the same time easily. But it doesn't seem like it. Unless they're, like, maybe directly in front of me or something like that. Like this here. Alright, I need to hand this in. There we go. And this is about to finish here. Go ahead and hand this in before it's over. Alright. With that done, let us go ahead and pick back up what we were about to do. So we'll go ahead and return to the base. Alright, and it was this one we were about to do. Let me get into position on that. I guess what I should be trying to do when I can is, if I need to travel a long distance, keep an eye out for, like, travel things like that there. That might boost me around to where I need to head. So I can reach these spots quicker. Alright, let's give this one a try. Alright, this is another one where I just need to fill the bar the entire way. I've got all my gathering points back, so why don't I just go ahead and blow everything again? Alright, and now we come over here to finish it up. Alright, got a gold star rating. Yeah, so like I said, these are effectively modern-day leaves, if you're familiar with the concept from elsewhere in the game. Leaves, they've definitely needed an upgrade for a long time. Especially given the limited amount of allowances you're given for them every single day. I've got a bunch of leaves that I'm trying to work through right now just to kind of get a check mark on each of them for achievement purposes. But yeah, it's something that aside from that, I mean, there isn't much reason to do them aside from if you're trying to level up classes and things like that. That's kind of what their best purpose is. They also do give you some money. There was a famous leave from back during Shadowbringers where if you made, I think they were like either cookies or coffee biscuits or something like that, you would get a ton of money from them. So yeah, they definitely had their purpose. But seeing how this content works now, it's definitely a step up from what it used to be, I would say. Alright, now that we've taken a look at that from the perspective of a Disciple of Land, why don't I grab one of my other classes here? How about we say Armorer, and see what we need to do for something like that, for Stellar missions. So if we need, let's see, custom parts simple. So, whether it be on the moon or another star we've yet to explore, our future ground-based expeditions are certain to encounter impassable terrain. Drones have proven useful for transporting supplies, but we are also looking to modify them to perform detailed aerial surveys in regions which challenge our surface vehicles. We encourage artisans to submit a range of parts that we might customize our drones and expand their practical functionality. So, for this one, Silver Star is 1,200 to 2,399 points versus 2,400 and above for Gold Star. Let's initiate this and see how it works. High quality items will earn a higher score. So we commence. Oh, and it gives you, it just gives you an interface like this. Okay. So we can synthesize, and now the question is, will this work? No, it does not. Okay, let me remind myself. Oops. That shouldn't affect us in any way with this crafting, but let's see. Which one do I want to run? I want to run. Probably the 35 durability one. So most of the crafting that I do is macro-based. And so through the use of macros, you're able to basically just get through each of the steps that happen in a crafting process very quickly without really any delay. Rather than you just having to click around. Now, there are points where you want to be a little bit more careful. That's why, generally, I would say break up your macros at least into 2 different parts. Okay, so now we gotta get this finished. Alright, there we go. That's the first one. Let me look at the other one real quick. Prudent Touch. Yeah, but where's... ...91 to 94. Where is that one? Here it is. This one... Okay, that will work as well. Yeah, I think this one hasn't been updated in a while. Now, as these get more difficult, I would start to eat food in order to improve my stats further, but at least for right now, this should be fine with the gear that I've currently got. Again, I'm basically running on level 100 gear here. That's all built out. Now, there is another higher level set that I could put together at this point, but I don't see a reason to really do that until 9.4 comes out. I'm sorry, 7.4 comes out, since that'll be the last set for the expansion. And the reason I say that is because I was able to put together my 7.2 crafting, or rather, warrior set without any problems whatsoever. Alright, so... I need 3,000... I need about 900 or so progress here. Careful synthesis will not get me there, so I'm gonna do train perfection. That'll give me a second chance on this. Ooh, tricks of the trade. I'll take that. And then I gotta re-up veneration again. Do careful synthesis, and then this should finish it up. And I'm now remembering that actually, I'm at least, my macro is expecting a certain number of crafting points available, so Looks like I actually am going to have to eat some food, but I need to make sure I've got... I got to get through this first. I don't think it's going to let me stop, is it? It does let me stop. Okay. So I'll go ahead and have that. Now this should work without a problem. But yeah, I have my macro stop right there, so that way I've got great strides and innovation ready to go. But the next thing that I would hit is Byrogot's Blessing. But the thing is, if the condition is poor, I would not want to hit it at that point. I would want to wait a turn and re-up my innovation and then hit the Byrogots, because otherwise I would get very little out of the quality progress. But since that's not the case here, I can go ahead and just start the second part of the macro. And then there's a third part of this macro, which that might be out of date. What is that doing? Yeah, that's looking different here. Take the tricks of the trade. And then veneration, and then careful synthesis. The manipulation there is what's causing my durability to go back up. So, just by waiting a couple of turns, it gives me a chance to get some of this recovered, and then I can just craft the rest of this away. Alright, received the gold star rating. Alright, let's do one more of them. And yeah, it does look like they do switch these around from as you complete each one. So, multi-purpose plating. Sinus Ardrum is in dire need of materials to support the construction and development of the Moongate Hub, an interstellar transportation system, on-site domiciles, and infrastructure necessary for travel to other stars. Of these materials, metal plating is some of the highest in demand, and specifically that which meets the strict regulations of cosmic exploration. We seek talented crafters capable of fulfilling our metallurgical needs. Alright. And so this is very much the same as the last one. And there's another mech ops about to start. Alright, and then we just need this to finish up. if we're able to resume this or not. Let's head back to the base so we can participate in the mech ops. Ground support zone. Okay, this appears to be the same one we did at the start. So this one was fun. I'm realizing my buffs there are covering the mech ops message, so I can't even see what the time is unless I click on the dang thing. Alright, so we have joined the mech ops. And once again, we are burning these things away. Here's a good patch. We are coming to the end of this here. We hand in. All right. And let us return back to base. Alright, yeah, it looks like they do let you resume. Cool. Yeah, so it looks like you get 800 points if you do a full quality craft on this here. But the thing is that they don't allow you to just do a craft which basically lets you just do everything perfectly. Based on the item's level. So there's this ability, Trained Eye, which increases quality by 100%. But it requires that the recipe must be at least 10 levels below your own. And while that, I would have to believe that would be the case with these, it is apparently not. So, because of that, we have to do the full, deal. Alright, so that's another one done. But yeah, that's basically what this content is here. It's great for just getting everything. It's great for getting your levels together for for whatever it is that you're trying to get leveled up for crafters or gatherers. Report this in. And if I come over here to Cosmic Research, yeah, it shows that I still have ways to go with armor. I don't have any of the other ones going yet, except for Minor, which is... Actually, that one's almost filled. Let me see real quick. Is there anything we can do? Looks like this was heading in the right direction. I want to at least get through one piece of the research. Before we call it for this here. And then there's one little last thing we gotta do tonight once we're through here. Okay, so this is 8 research. Initiate. So this one requires that I visit all the gathering points, so we're gonna start down here and work our way north. They do sort of have you in a little bit of a rush, like I said before, in terms of the time expected to get this completed. It used to be with regular mining leaves, it's supposed to be like 15 minutes, I think, but these are like down to like what, 3 minutes, I think? So it's definitely a stark change, but I guess they want to make sure players are staying active in the area. Alright, let's get the last of the lunar Earth fragments. And then it's just down to making sure we hit the rest of the points. Okay. Looks like we're ready to hand that in. Report. Alright, and then... Oh, actually, that was enough. Perfect. So then, let's head back to base. Alright, and so let's report research data for Miner. So, Spirit Bond will reset to 0% and any affixed material will be lost. That's fine. Report research data. With your help, the N1 Miner data is now complete. Oh, right. And be sure to try out your newly enhanced cosmic tool. Alright, that... I thought there was going to be a little bit more to it than that, but okay. So, now we've got this one here, the version 0.2. So again, that grants us a plus 5% on lunar credit bonus. I'm not that concerned with that right now, considering how much I need to actually mine up. I would rather stick with the good one I've got here for the time being. But if we go under Cosmic Research, we can see that the next one we're gonna get, once I get another, looks like 274 of those data points, so... Yep. So there is obviously still a lot of activity happening here. Let me see if I can buy anything at this point. Can't get any of the new clothes, but let me just take a quick look here. So that's what it would look like if I was to actually buy that shirt. And then looking at what we've got here, so we got glasses that we can get. There is a new motion that we can get, /rage. Then there's a Framer's Kit, which, honestly, I've never cared much about Framer's Kit, because I don't even use the feature. There's the Hey Sid Orchestrion roll, as well as the Airship Orchestrion roll. Stellar Lamppost, and then a Cosmo Chair. And then, as I said before, all the different dies that you can get here. Actually, these look like dies that are similar to the ones that are available in Ishgard. And then a whole bunch of materia if you need it. But the question I have is, where can I spend my lunar credits? I know I can get the pass for the mech, but is this it? Welcome to the Cosmic Fortune counter. How might I be of assistance? Draw a Cosmic Fortune. Okay, here we go. So I'll go ahead and spend 1,000 on that here. And let's see what we got. So we can apparently select our roulette. Oh, I get it now. So either choose left or right. So we can get the Stargazer Orchestrion roll, some Gathering Materia, or Magic Prism from this one. And then over here on the left, we have more available to us. Cosmos Suit Coffer, Metallic Ruby Red Dye, Crafting Materia, and then potentially a Stellar Opportunity. I think let's go for the more complicated one here, and let's see what we got. Start. Alright, so we got the materia. Remember, fortune is always a few credits away. Alright. So... Alright, and then this right here... It would appear this contribution board pertains to the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Perhaps Scanningway can tell you more about it. Well met. I am Scanningway, data analyst for the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. My duty is to record the efforts of each member and tally them up at a regular interval. Not only does this data improve the efficiency of the initiative as a whole, but it highlights the individuals whose achievements are worthy of a reward. Members with the highest metrics within a given period are given the vaunted title of Star Contributor. As a token of our appreciation, anyone recognized as such shall have their name displayed prominently for all to see. If you should have any questions, I recommend that you consult your Exo tablet. Alright, so... Got it. So, initially it was, it was the Loporits here that were helping with that. And now they're actually giving it out to the players here, it looks like. So it gives the player name as well as the title that they have. Alright, and then... Phasing Way? Me, I serve as Stellar Mission Control. People send in requests from all around the hub, and in turn, I post them to the contributors. I'm still getting used to working with you Aetheris Dwellers. It involves a lot of craning my neck, but I'm more than happy to help you help us. Just say the word. Alright. Yeah, so... That's just a brief look at the Stellar Exploration. Of course, there's going to be many patches, including more zones that are going to open up eventually. This place is supposed to expand its design over time. Let's take the Moon Rover back. Hey, you! If you want to ride on the ride to the burrow, I've got a seat in the rover with your name on it. Oh, actually, travel to instance area? Got it. So you can also change what instance you're in as well. Alright. Back to Best Way Burrow. And then from here, to finish things up, we're gonna head to a Dawntrail area. That's to Hawaii. Over in Shaloni. This the place? No, I think it may have actually been Sheshane's Way Springs then. Because we need to continue along with the custom delivery quests that we've been taking on for so long. Yeah, it's over here. With Nito Wikwe. So, I already handed in a few of these here. But let me go ahead and hand in the rest. So, map making pigment. Fade-resistant pigment is essential to retain the finer details of our maps. Without it, I fear our riders might lose their bearings entirely. And once again, we've outdone ourselves. Oh, actually, I'm gonna run out of, I'm gonna overcap my script, so let me take care of that real quick. Materia, and then purple. I'm gonna grab 2 of the grasp. Alright. With this, we have enough materials to place a free map on each passenger's seat. Now we just need to print the damn things. Take a look, Prince. I have here our first batch of maps. In addition to the ones we'll be placing on each carriage seat, I figured we ought to keep a few in the office too. What do you think? Sounds like a plan. I was wondering what's got our Nitawikwe in such a chipper mood. Nice to see you, Prince. I take it everything's going well? Lately, I've been planning out how we'll lay tracks through Vanguard to link back up with Yaseleni Station. But there are a fair few factors to consider, our budget not least among them. So they are planning to expand it then. In hindsight, it's more than I could have managed while running operations at the same time. Thank you both for enabling me to focus on this. Compared to the rail expansion project, this is like water rolling off a Ronik's back. Oh, Nitawikwe. What would we ever do without you? Right then. I should get back to work. Take it easy, you two, and give me a shout if you need anything. Nitawikwe now considers you an engineering advocate. Yet there is still much work to be done if Shaktaral's railing is to continue operating smoothly. To that end, Nitawikwe has a new favor to ask of you. That man. Whenever he hears you're in town, he comes racing out to see you. Of course, most of the time, you're already gone by then. Anyway, now that the map-making business is settled, there was another commission I wanted to ask of you. This one's not for the writers, but the crew. With the many modifications we made to reduce noise and repel the Ronik, the train now needs quite a lot of additional upkeep. So I figured I'd do what I can to minimize the hassle by putting in an order for some top-notch maintenance supplies. Can I count on you, Prince? Leave it to me. Alright, so that is satisfaction guaranteed. Nitawikwe. Number 4. And then, in terms of what they need now, either an engineer's supply kit from crafters, industrial sanitizing fluid from miners and botanists, or honeycomb sponges from fishers, so... Yep, we've made good progress on this. Again, we're gonna have to wait until the next time, since there is a limited number that we can deliver each week, so we would not be able to complete the next step until next time. Alright, so that is going to be it for today. As I mentioned before, I may be looking to do an episode specifically on the exploration content related to Eureka and Bajda at some point in the future. If we do that, that may end up being a pre-recorded episode, if I'm being honest. Just because a lot of that content kind of happens sporadically. I really would not be able to plan the timing around that accurately. since those raids either require you go in with a group that's dedicated enough to be able to handle it, or they just simply don't pop up in zones with any. Well, they pop up with some regularity, but at the same time, I can't guarantee that there are going to be enough players to actually get through the content. And I would hate to have that hold us back, so that may end up being a pre-recorded in all of this, but we'll have to see. But that is going to do it for me today. Thank you for joining me today. This is PrinceBrightstar signing off. I'll catch you next time.